Good morning, everyone. Pre-market stock is up big, so likely it's going to gap up big time when the market open. That's when we need to be very, very careful. Um, Got to make sure it's not going to be like one of those trap that gap up like in pre-market, and then just tank during after market open. But MicroStrategy or strategy is doing really well. It's over 191 right now. Earning is I think it's earning is after market close today. So that's going to be extremely important. If earning is good, this thing can fly easily 20, 30, 40%. But earning is bad. It could be in trouble. So just be careful if you are holding long term. If you are holding long option. Now here's my play. My play is Robinhood. If if MicroStrategy earning is good tonight, I will definitely buy Robinhood into earning. Why? Because Robinhood has been in a horrible downtrend. It peaked at 154, and since then dropped down as low as like 63 and found support at around the 63, 65 level. And then, as you can see, it finally broke out of the descending trend line, which is right here. Bounce up and then get rejected. Now it's trying to cross over this reversal trend line. So today, if Robinhood close over 80, that is the play. I will if Robinhood close over 80 today, I will buy like call option expiration like the end of June. Robinhood will report earning around like the middle of June. So um, the June 20, let me see here. Let me see. Let me look at the data. Robinhood, end of June. Let's see, here's June 18. Um, 90 call is about like $2.35. That's a good play for this one here. Because if MicroStrategy earning is good tonight, I expect to see Robinhood run up to about 100 within the next 3 weeks. Because this thing, when it run, it runs really fast too. So as you can see, it broke out the descending trend line. So basically, this is a warning that hey, I mean, if you are like shorting Robinhood, you better get out because the trend is about to reverse. Especially right now, the nice thing is like it retested this low and it bounced off that. So this is a very strong support rate at around like the 70 bucks. You can see it's very clear, right? Yep, right here. Now it's bounced. The key is it has to cross over this line here. This is the reversal trend line. Same thing like what we did with MicroStrategy. If you look at MicroStrategy, I mean, we did the same thing. It broke off, and then, I mean, it bounced over. This is when I said like I would buy MicroStrategy, and that's exactly what's happening right now. Um, so that would be my next play, which is Robinhood. The key is 80. What? 80, that's right. I think the same, yeah, I mean, it's so, let me go back. This is MicroStrategy. I think this guy would likely run before earning. Everything is going up. So just be careful of like the gap up and tank. So here's an example. I mean, if you look at like, let me see here. Look at IWM. See, IWM gap up in pre-market, ran up, tank. Same with QQQ. Yesterday, gap up big in pre-market. See, gap up, and then tank. So be careful of this. I mean, this is a trap here. So you gotta see the direction. Make sure it's very clear. Last thing you want to do is like buy when it's running uh, and then it tanks right after that. So that's important because when the market is gap up big, like in pre-market, there's not a lot of like. Remember, nothing goes up forever. That's what I'm trying to say. If it's gap up big in pre-market, there's always a chance that it would stabilize and retrace. So just be careful. Unless, you know, when we have really good news. So don't chase. Just sit and wait for the setup. Just don't assume that hey, it's up in pre-market now. Market is open. You just jump in and buy call option. That is when you're gonna get killed. So just no, I never get in before market open. You don't want to do that because like pre-market, it's just a lot of noise. See, just like look at MRVL. I mean, MRVL up big in pre-market. If you get excited and you just jump in when the market open, you could be buying MRVL at like 170. And next thing you see is like, I mean, it's down to like 167 right now. So the most important thing is you have to wait and make sure that you see the direction because pre-market a lot of time it's noise too. Don't forget, all you need is one or two trays a day. You don't need to have like, I mean, 10 trays. So just be patient and wait for the setup. That's what I did yesterday. I mean, I was done trading in like, the first 1 hour after I saw the IWM setup early in the morning. So just one trade for me. See IWM here. I mean, it could potentially setting up this like bear sweep right off the prior day high, which is a 280. So all this like gap up in pre-market doesn't really mean anything. This is prior day high here. I mean, if it rejects this, most likely it's gonna drop. So the key again is just wait for this thing to show us. Can it cross over that and stay above this? If it stay above prior day high, then there's a chance for this thing to continue to go higher. But if it reject here, then most likely it's going to drop. See, IWM is already up like 1% right now. That's a lot. I mean, I don't see any really great news. Why is the market up to in pre-market? It's probably could potentially be a trap. Yeah, look at IWM. Look like, I mean, it potentially set up a bear swap there. MRVL is trying to hold Friday high. So if it stay above this line, you know, the pink line here, it can run higher. So we got to go long signal here, and the stop loss is right below it. Stop loss is right here. So I think it's around like 165. See this if IWM drop below VWAP, I mean this is a trap right here. It's very clear. That's what I mentioned earlier. IWM. I mean it's if it dropped below opening range low, I mean this thing is going lower. I mean it's a clearly setting a trap right here, right up the prior day high. So it got a whole VWAP and got to cross over this line, which is the prior day line, prior day high. If it cannot cross over that, I expect to see this thing drop today. But if it can get over prior day high and stay over that, then there's a chance. See, that's why what I'm saying is like when you see the price gap up big in pre-market, I mean, just be careful. Yeah, I think there's a go long on Robinhood right now. I am buying Robinhood. Option expire in the end of June. Why? Because Bitcoin is going up, and if MicroStrategy report good earning today, Robinhood would likely run because it's been down for a while. And the key here is for Robinhood to cross over this line, cyan, which is the reversal trend line. So I'm starting to add position here. I mean, the system also fired this go long for Robinhood. Yeah, QQQ is trending up. It need to come back and retest something though. So Robinhood, normally when I buy this, I buy it long for this stock here. Only for IWM and QQQ, that's when I buy like intraday. The end of June. The end of June. That's my Robinhood contract. Robinhood will report earning around like I believe like the middle of June. Let me see what MicroStrategy is doing here. Yeah, MicroStrategy is also like dropping as well. Earning is tonight. That's why I'm staying away from MicroStrategy right now. QQ, IWM. I mean, it's still like showing a lot of buying interest, so it's still hanging. But the key is has to cross over this line here. Hey, the system keep on telling me to add more to my Robinhood position here. Yeah, MRVL is looking good too. You still have MicroStrategy. I mean that I cannot tell you. That's really up to you to make the decision. If MicroStrategy earnings is good, it could go up like 20 or 30%. But if its earning is bad, it could drop by that much. So that is something that you have to determine for yourself. Personally, I do not like to wait on something that I have no control over, which is earning report. Yeah, look at the IWM. It's trying to cross that. Let's see if it can cross over that, or if it get rejected. Okay, let's go along on QQQ here. Hmm. Market is really unstable, huh? Yeah, QQQ is going up. I mean, there's still a lot of buying interest here. Look at all this green arrow. Same thing with like IWM. IWM, hopefully it is setting up this little bull flag here. Little bull flag here. Hopefully that's breakout for real. Anybody in on QQQ long? All right, make sure you take some profit, huh? Don't get too greedy. I got 10 IWM options. All right, congratulations. At least you make $71. QQQ is still looking strong. Let me look at MicroStrategy. Is it going up? No, it's tanking. Intel. Holy sheesh! I miss Intel. Oh, Christ. Wow. Intel up 14%. Damn. And the system, I mean, it's far this go long. Oh, I miss Intel. Oh. Dang. I was looking at Intel early this morning during pre-market. Ah, look at this. All this green arrow. So let's wait until Intel retrace. I think it will. And then that's a good entry. Wow, Intel is looking crazy. 14%. Up 13 points. Let's go back to Robinhood. Yeah, this guy is like long term, so not even. Wow, AMD is up big too. AMD is up 11 points. All the chip stock are up. Yeah, Robinhood is not moving because it's waiting for MicroStrategy earning late on today. And I think that's what happened to MicroStrategy too. Yeah, MicroStrategy is tanking too. Oh, crazy. Wow. Man, Intel, all those chip stocks are going wow. I miss Intel today. I was looking at it in pre-market. Let's see what Tesla is doing. Oh, oh, Tesla breakout, cross over the reversal trend line, but now it's dropping here. So Tesla is still not a good stock to buy yet. Yeah, Robinhood. Yeah, it's tanking too. Let's see. We'll look at Intel then. MRVL is not doing that well, huh? I don't think. Sorry, guys, but I think that IWM may be like done. See, it's hitting this like double top right here. But MRVL is doing good. Again, I missed this Intel. Oh my God, what a signal here. Uh, Intel, no, let's see here, QQQ. QQQ still has a chance, I mean, but it has to cross this prior high. There's still a lot of interest, buying interest here. So technically the market is still bullish. So there's still a chance. But the only thing I don't like is like, it's just like the candle is really short, really short. You want to see it's just zombie grind. But man, I miss Intel here. Otherwise, this could have been like at least like 2x or 3x. Perfect signal here, guy. Look at this here. It fired. You go long right here. I mean, today the system is pretty good. I mean, look at the signal here. Go long. Go long. I mean, you make money. I had 10 options. I also bought like MRVL here. So I'm pretty much like done with my trading already for today. And look at this, beautiful. The system does exactly what it I didn't buy QQQ today. I had IWM, MRVL, and Robinhood. Yeah, I have Robinhood here. I bought Robinhood right at this point. Look at MRVL is doing really good. So is everybody making money this morning? I know Playful is making money, right? How about you, Levider? Are you making money? No, MRVL is doing really good. I'm up like 100% on my two MRVL call options. All right, 300, 140. I'm glad everybody's making money, guys. See, it's not that difficult, right? As long as you follow the system. The key thing is like don't be greedy. When you're first trading, I mean, when you make money, scale out. Try to make money almost like every day. Then after that, you have like free money to play with. That's when you can afford to bet higher, buy more, and then keep it longer. All right, let me Levinder. Let me tell you the trick. Okay, the trick is this here. Let's say let's look at QQQ. One of the most important thing that you need to observe is what? It's not really, I mean, the candle, yeah, you need to look at all that. But for me, the most important thing is this this green arrow here. This is the most important thing that the system does, which is it's determine the inflow of money, meaning people are putting money into buy. Okay, so there is like support. If you see all this like big, like this large green candle, you know that there's a lot of buying support. Meanings what? Meanings whenever the market take a downturn like this here, when it's stabilized, the money that they flow in will support the price. It will push the price up. I mean, that you can see here. Okay? So how does that impact the way I buy options? Let's say if QQQ at this point here, it is trading at like 679. If I don't see all this green arrow, assuming the green arrow are like smaller, or maybe some green, some red, but then I determined that, hey, this could potentially be a bull flag breakout, I would buy it almost like right at the money, which is like at 679 or maybe 680 call. So it's about $1 over the current price. But in this case here, I see that there's a lot of inflow of money. Okay? So for me, there's a very high probability that the price can go up a lot higher than 679. So what I do is, when I see something like this, I tend to buy like $2 over the current price. So for this one here, I might buy like a 681. Why? Because when you buy it out of the money, it's riskier. But if the price can run up to that, the percentage you make is a lot more. Okay? Now, another one that I look at, beside like all this green arrow, let's say right at this point, you see it break out and cross over the prior day high. Now, this is very, very bullish. All this green candle, and then the price break over the price day high. Sometime I buy it, let's say at 679 here. Sometime I even buy it like 4 points out. If you buy it at 679, it might cost you, let's say, $1.50 an option. If you buy 4 points out, it might cost you only like 40 cents. So normally, let's say if I buy 5 options here, I can easily buy 20 options at this point. You see? The idea is what? You make a, not like flip a coin and do this. This is a calculated guess. All the things that lined up. You see there's a more inflow of money coming in. So you know that, hey, the price will run up. Second thing is like, if this thing bounce over a major resistance, like a prior day high, or maybe like an SMA 20, then you know the run could potentially run a lot higher. So that, this here. And when you do this, sometime if you're lucky, you can 5 times your option or even more. So let's say if this guy somehow run up to about like 685, your 40 cents option would likely be at least like $2 by then. That is how you make a lot of money. Okay? So for me, the most important thing that I look at is green arrow. So earlier when you say, hey, this tanking, it doesn't bother me. Let's say if I have a call position in QQQ. Why? Because of all this guy here. even while the price is trending, there's still inflow of money, meaning when the price drops, institution will absorb it. That's exactly what they did here. They absorb the price, they buy it, and they're pushing the price up, 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 up. Every time when it drops, it go up. You're still seeing this. But the minute you see these arrows starting to turn red, then you definitely have to sell, because that is an indication that the inflow of money is slowed down or stopped. So this is extremely important. It's more important than any like candle pattern. I mean, when you look at like this candle pattern like this, people say, oh, this is a bull flag, it's a breakout and buy. But if you see all this red arrow, stay away from this. Because it's almost like 60 or 70% of the time, it's going to be a failed breakout. Because what? You don't have buying support. All this is just like the candlestick pattern that people are teaching us. It's just the outer layer. The internal structure is what's the most important. You see, that's why QQQ continue slowly inching up, because they're like inflow of money. Same thing with this guy. No, but when you look at this guy here, now you have to be careful, because it was green. Now it's no longer green. It's a square. What does it mean? It's like, okay, the flow of money is still coming in, but slower. Then you have to worry about a potential double top here. See, look at an example here. MRVL. You see all this, all those red arrows, that's when the price was trending down. The system know exactly at this point here that there's money coming in. So the red arrow turned into like square white, meaning that there's no longer selling pressure. There's buying. And now you see this green arrow. There's a lot of inflow money to support the stock. That's why it's going up like crazy. That is the key there. This indicator. That's why, I mean, when you look at the way I structure this system here, okay? EMA and all that, I mean, we take all that into consideration. But the most important indicator for me is the inflow of money. If you don't have institution buying, there's no way that you can move the stock higher. Retail buyer may be able to move it up a little bit, but most likely the price will tank after that. Robinhood here is another example. That's why I buy Robinhood long. I explained this like during pre-market. But if you look at this here, I mean, the price tried to bounce all this red candle, even it's run up here. And people may them look at this and say, okay, maybe buy here. But no, I mean, all this red candle indicating they're selling pressure. That's why it continued to drop. But the minute here, the system fired its goal long. All this red candle turned into square, meaning that the selling pressure is slowing down. From red square to white square, meaning that from slowing in selling pressure, slowly buying. And now it's starting to turn green. You see that? That's why Robinhood is moving up. So, in a nutshell, the key is this here. Let's say if you buy long at this point, and you see all this green arrow. And at this point, you see the price like slowly retracing. You shouldn't have to worry about it. Normally what happens is when it retraces and the candle is still green, the minute it bows, that is when you add more to your position. The way I trade is this. When I see the gold signal, I don't jump in and buy 10 options. I buy 2 or 3 options. Why? Because the first time when you see the signal, you don't know if this thing is going to continue to go up or it's going to drop. So this is like, hey, you're testing the water. Then you wait for this thing to go up. Key is you still see like all these green arrow. Then you wait until the price retrace. When the price retrace, retail people like panic. They say, oh, market is dropping. I want to sell. For me, it's a different story. I just wait. If it's still green candle, the minute this stabilize, like right at this point here, and when it bows, I know this thing is going higher. So at this point here, I add 5 more options to the 2 or 3 I have here. That's how you do it. You add to it. I mean, my concept about like trading is just like card counting at the casino. The people who like card counters, they don't go in and they bet like, max on every hand. They wait. Normal trade, they bet like $5. But when they see the cards favor them, then instead of bet $5, they bet like $50. I mean, this is the concept. And this is how you can win a lot more. But let's say if you go in here, you buy 10 options, then what happened? If this go along, it's actually a trap. A trap is like go up and then it tank. And now you're in trouble. But if you have only 3, the risk is lower. Now you see, hey, okay, this thing retested this and it bows. So you know there's strong support at this point. Then you just add more to it. And let's say at this point here, the system tells you to scale. Then you scale out. Because when the system say that it's time to scale, it look at all these indicators and it see that there's a potential for a slowdown. Even though the inflow of money is still there, but the buying momentum is slowing down. So it's saying, hey, you're making money. Scale out, take profit. Don't get too greedy. So here, it says scale a third. This was scale a third. So now you have 1/3 left. So the idea is, let's say if I buy 3 here, I add another 7. So I got 10 options. I sell 3 at this point. Make money. Sell another 3 at this point, and then just hold 1/3. I mean, if this thing continues to bounce up, then I will ride with it. If it doesn't, I will sell. So that's the whole concept, the way I trade. Okay. You never buy a lot on the first signal. Here, look at this here. This is a prime example. Look at MRVL. The system sees that there's a lot of inflow of money. And right at this point, you see this is the prior day low. No, I'm sorry, this is the prior day high. It see the price drop and bounce right back up. I mean, this is a textbook bull swap of the prior day high. That's why the system fired its go long. But like I said, we don't know if the first signal could be a good signal or it could just be a trap. And this is exactly what it is. It was a trap. It bounced and then it's tanked. But when it tanked, the system tells you to exit right away so you don't lose that much. You lose this much here. So if you go in with like 10 options here, even if you scale out this is a lot of money to lose. Because from here to here, you may lose like 30% or 20% of your option. And 10 options may cost you $3,000, right? 30% of 3 grand, it's almost $1,000. So that's why when you go in here, you buy 2 options or even 1 option just to test to see whether or not the signal is a real signal or a trap. In this case, it's a trap, so you get out. So you may lose like $50 or $100. So now the second signal here, you enter here 2 or 3 options. And then when you see a bounce, retest of this line, bounce, you add 5 more options. And then you start scaling out. That's the whole idea. Because, hey, the system trying to figure out all this scenario, but at the same time, I mean, when there's a trap, it's really hard. Same thing with like Robinhood here. You see that, right? It fires a signal right at this point. Why? Because it see all this buying support. And then the price, this is a bull swept up the opening range low. You see? This is textbook bull swept. So the system know that. It say go along. But if you go in here and you pound like 10 options on this got rejected right at the opening range high. And it tanked. So you have to exit at this point because you don't know if at this point it will continue to drop. That's the idea. So now here you buy in at this point. And then you see it bounce, retest bounce, then at this point you can add more. So never power in on the first signal. The reason I got to this conclusion because when I look at like all my past trades, 70% of the time that I trade the first signal, I lose money. Because when you trade the first signal, there's no true retest. When you hear people saying, well, you only buy if there's a retest, the idea is what? Let's say this is the resistance and the price was trading like this. It go to this point, reject, it bounce. You don't want to jump in at this point because you don't know if this thing is going to go higher or it's going to tank. A lot of time it go to this, then it goes like that. So the idea is what? Don't chase when the price is here. Wait, be patient. Wait for it to go like this, dun dun dun. And then the minute it go like this, you can bet your house on it. Why? Because first it was a resistance. It's a breakout. Now it's a retest. And the retest reaffirm that this line now is the support. So you can buy here and feel confident that there's a high probability that if you buy here, you will make money. Okay? So when you hear a lot of guys on YouTube saying you have to wait into the retest, that is what it is. Now, what this system gives us that I don't think that the guy on YouTube gives us is what? Is the inflow of money. So look at an example here with IWM. This is the prior day high. Lot of inflow of money. So the price go up, test that, get rejected. Then finally it bounce over that. When it bounce over that, and here's retest. And the extra indicator that we have is what? We know that there's a lot of inflow of money. So you can piled up right at this point that's what I did with IWM. I had 7 more options to this. And then just starting to scale out. Technically, you can even add at this point, because when you look at this green candle here, and then when I see this like double top, that's when I saw all my options. That's what it is. Because I'm making the money for my goal for today. I don't need to get greedy. So that's the key there, guys. I mean, retest is very important, but these indicators is even more important. Let's say what happened if we have this if breakthrough retest here. What happened if this candle here is red and it's pointing down? I would never add to my position. Why? Because there's a very high probability that the minute it move up, it's going to get slammed, because there's no buying support. So the guy, just based on like the breakout, support, bounce, and buy, they put a hard stop loss right below that. So in case they are wrong, they don't get killed. But for us, we have the additional indicators here that 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 I don't think anybody else has. Okay? And if you've been trading with me for the past few days, I continue to say that. Hey, what's up?
Hey, what happened to you, man? I got a call.
So here's the key. You can make money, but you have to be like disciplined. Like I said, being systematic. Never get greedy. When you first start trading, And if your account is like, let's say if you have a $2,000 account, start with like, okay, I will try to make $100 a day, and just be very disciplined. When you make $100 a day, stop, don't trade again. Just wait until tomorrow. And let's say after like 2 weeks, 10 days, you make $1,000. Now you have $1,000 worth of play money to play with. So now you can afford to play a little bit, more. And instead of like $100 goal, you can have like $200, and then you can afford to let it ride. I mean, let's say an example here. Even if you buy like one option, and if you don't have to worry about like the stress of like losing or making money, if the system hasn't tell you to scale or sell, you just leave it. Just follow the system, because there's always a chance that IWM could run up to this high. And when it does, one option that you have that you buy like $70 may worth like $300 by then. That's really the key. The key is like, if you trade like, okay, maximum that you put out is like $100. What I'm saying is like, you gotta determine like a maximum risk. For me, every day, I will not risk more than $500. But when the setup is good, I let it ride. I mean, just like a few times last week as well as yesterday. I mean, my $500 turned into $2,000. That's why I was able to stop trading, I mean, within an hour or 2 hours after that. But the idea is what? You have so many people, retail trader, they say, I need to have as many trades as possible. Because let's say if I can make $50 a trade, then I need 10 trades to make $500. I'm telling you, this is a kiss of death. Because let's say when the price go up 20%, then they make $50. So what you have to do is what? You have to risk $1,000, right? Am I right? 20%. No, you have to risk $500. You have to risk $500. And the price have to run up by 20%. Oh, what am I talking about here? Oh, by 10% for you to make $50. But if you're not lucky, if it drops, then your risk is $500 to make $50. That is stupid. And the point is, if you trade 10 times a day, there's a chance that you may lose 7 times. So you always end up losing. But if you trade differently, I mean, that's why I rely on the system. Because if a signal like this, if you buy it here, even if you sell it at this point here, you could easily make 70% or 100% of your options. Risk is fixed. That's the key. But the winning is variable. That's why they say like, okay, I mean, sell the loser and keep the winner. And the system help us to do that. So, I mean, if you look at QQQ here, so let's say if you buy QQQ at this point, and if you follow what I said, which is, I mean, you look at all this data point here, every time when it retraces, it bounces. So you're not selling it until the system tells you to sell. Here it tells you to scale 1/3, scale. Here it tells you to sell another third, scale. So now you end up 1/3. So if you start with like 3 options, you add 7 more, so now you have 10. You sell 3 here, and maybe another 3 here. So now you have 4. And you just let it sit. There's a chance that by the end of the day, this guy may go up to here. And when that happens, your 4 options now would be like 3 times. And when you scale here, you already, make money. You already basically keep your profit. So you see, the system is very smart. The whole idea about the system is it's trying to help us. If it's wrong, it tells you to exit right away. But if the setup is good, it will try to help us to maximize the winning. But at the same time, it knows that we are bloody greedy. And when we are greedy, when the price swing, we don't sell. So it's hey, scale some out, scale some out. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, see, remember what I talked about, like MRVL. See, MRVL looks so shitty, right? But the minute the system sees that, okay, it's reversing. It fired the signal right away. See that? Basically, what it see here is like, hey, if you are like into technical analysis, it see the price drop right below the prior day high. Drop, stabilize, bounce over prior day high. This is what we call is a textbook prior day high reclaim. Meaning the price now reclaim, so prior day high now becomes support. That's when it's fired this. It bows. Now it starts to see that there's a lot of inflow of money coming in to support the price. That's why even at this high, it still have the nerve to tell us that, hey, if you want to add more, add more. Then you see the price bounce, retrace, but bounce up right away. Why? Because there's inflow of money to support the price. Like I said, we don't know how the market is going to behave, because if there's a bad news, it may go like that. But in the meantime, the system knows and it recognizes that, hey, there are money flowing in to support MRVL. That's what it is. So all those indicators, I'm sharing with you so you can read it and be able to understand how the system works, just like I do. And that's why, let's say if you buy here, and you don't have to worry about, let's say if you put $300 here, you can just let it ride. Because by the end of the day, this guy may run to 173 or 175. So now your option is like 3x or 4x. No, it's not just MRVL. When you look at like IWM, if you buy it here, you more than double your option now. The same thing with like QQQ. If you buy QQQ here at like 678 now, it's 3 point. If you buy intraday option, you more than double. Doesn't have to be this. All of them are the same. The key is be able to understand the indicators. Be able to understand the indicators. And don't just like power in on the first signal. Buy some to test the water. And if this thing look good, it bounce. Here, add more. And then scale out. So you see, I mean, like today, you guys make money. Why? Because you follow the system. So having this system here is almost like having a really, really good, I mean, technical guy that can analyze the chart, all the indicators, the price action, and tell you, hey, there's a high probability that the price will go up. So it's a go long. Or it may say the price indicated there's a high probability that the price may drop. You go short. You see, MRVL, I buy it like expire the end of the week. So when I bought it at this point here, let me just tell you exactly what I pay and what it is right now. MRVL. And I bought, let's see what option I bought here. MRVL. Okay. I bought 175 call, which is out of the money. Expiration is 5/8, which is on Friday. And the price was $2.38. And now the same option of 275 is 450 right now. So from this point to this point, my option is double, more than double right now. That's what the system gives us. Okay? I mean, from here to here, my option and it expires the end of this week, it's 2 times. And I'm not selling it because it's expired the end of the week. I sell this one because I buy it intraday. Like I said, for like the index like IWM and QQQ, I buy same day. I don't keep it overnight. But for stocks, I buy it 1 week out minimum. Or in case with like Robinhood, I buy it into the end of June. So right now, this guy can move up and down. I don't care. But this guy, I care because it's in intraday. So, I mean, these guys here, I mean, if you follow the system, you can buy any one of this here and you make money today. There's no reason for not making money. So like with MicroStrategy, I sold all my options yesterday. And why did I sell? Because even though my option expired like the end of May, but after I found out that like MicroStrategy earning is tonight, no, yeah, that's tonight. I saw. I hate to hold option for earning, because when you look at earning, it's just like flipping a coin. I mean, if earning is good, yeah, that'd be great. I mean, MicroStrategy can run up like 10%, 20%. But if earning is bad, it could drop down to like 10 or 20%. Then my option would be worthless. I mean, the way I like to trade is what? I mean, I want to base on calculated guess. It's not, I mean, when it's like flipping a coin, I don't do that. That's the reason why for like these like IWM and QQQ, I don't hold it overnight, because holding anything overnight is basically, I mean, you're like flipping a coin. If there's a bad news, you stuck stock like Marvel. When I see the trend is an uptrend, and if I buy for 1 week, it doesn't bother me, because let's say uh, Marvel tomorrow, bad news, it may gap down. But if the stock is strong, it's in an uptrend, it's likely that it will, the minute the market stabilizes, it will bounce. I mean, that's why when you see just like Marvel, it up in pre-market, and then it dropped all the way down to like 164, and now it's at 172. You see, I mean, it continued to bounce. Like I said earlier, if if you don't have a need to sell it, you just hold on to it. And now you got your IWM is probably like more than 2 times the gain already. There are times that I've seen like IWM run up like 6 or 7 points in a day. And if you buy out the money, like I explained earlier, you get like 10x your options if it go up by like 6 points. Because think of this way here, when the price is like 280, and if you buy like 285, it may cost you like 15 cents on an option. But if this thing ever get to like 285 or 286, your 15 cent probably worth like $2 or $3. So that's how you can make a lot of money. I mean, that's why one of the things is here. I am still tweaking the system. Hopefully within the next couple of weeks I'll be done. And I will do like a like a challenge. I will open a small account, maybe like 2 grand, and I will trade every day with the system. Then I will show people exactly what I buy and what I sell. And then you guys will see, I mean, how the system performs. So if you just follow it, you make money. That's it. But you need to be what I call a systematic, meaning trade like a machine. Don't trade like a human being. If you trade like a human being, you're going to lose money. You see, I mean, the system read like IWM. It hasn't tell us to scale out yet, because it still see the potential for the run to continue. QQQ, it tells us to scale out 2 times already. There it is. And it's, I mean, when you look at the candle structure, I mean, QQQ, the candle is really tiny candle. So the movement, I mean, there's not a lot of movement. Where IWM, the candle is still, I mean, it's bigger than this guy. So, like I said, if you follow the system, you buy here, it tells you to buy here. Go long, you scale here. You scale here. Now you're holding some and just sit and wait. If you buy like IWM, you can sell some, but if you don't want, just wait because the system hasn't say like it's time to scale yet. So if IWM run up to this here, I mean right now your option is probably more than 2 times already. I mean I already closed all my IWM because I'm done trading for today. But I can tell you right now what exactly the price I bought and what it is right now. If I didn't sell it, I could have make a lot more money, but can't be greedy, man. So IWM I bought. All right. Okay. I bought 10,282 call at 62 cents a piece at 7:10 this morning. And what is it right now? Wow. Actually, I'm wrong, guy, because the decay, wow, it's only like 70 to 82. It's only 70 cents. So the decay here is the problem. So I'm glad I saw this point here. But if this guy go up beyond 282, then the option value would be a lot higher. So yeah, the problem is when the price doesn't move much, the decay value is really hurting your option. So when I saw at this point, that was the perfect time to sell. This drop here is hurting us. Oh, Levider, you did the right thing. You when you're making money, scale out because you never know how the market is going to turn. That's the key. You never know. Remember yesterday, right? It was trending up, and next thing we know is like it's tanked like crazy. So when you make money, sell. I mean, the same thing is like both of these guys here is like doing great, but in half an hour, I mean, they could go like this. All it takes is for like the dawn to fart. So when you make money, scale. Man, I miss this like Intel. I get so upset. How beautiful it is. Go along right at this point. Oh, there's a big run here. Oh, excuse me. all the chip stocks are doing well. Good AMD. Let's see what Tesla is doing. Yeah, look at this. Tesla is still trying to cross over this like reversal trend line, and every time when it does, it got killed. Look at this here, guys. Look at how beautiful like the system is. My God. Let's say if we trade Tesla, look, it fired a go short signal right here. Price drop. It say buy more, buy more, buy more, buy more, buy more, and the prices tank. So if you follow the system, you make a tons of money. How do you like that beautiful signal, right? Let's go back to let's say MicroStrategy. Yeah, MicroStrategy is a mess because of earning tonight. Usually when you have earning, I mean it's bad. Let's tune to Intel. Yeah, look at it. How nice Intel is. Intel finally break the $100. That's a very bullish sign. Why do I need Yahoo charts? I mean, seriously, why do I need like the biggest market movers? See, the problem is here. Normally, a stock tend to go up big during pre-market. But when it go up big in pre-market, the minute the market open, you jump in and you buy it. That's when you get killed. And to be honest, I mean, if I want to determine which ticker that have the like a biggest market mover, I can easily program it into the system here to automatically display that. But for me, it's not necessary. Right now, the way I trade is what? I focus on just about like maximum 8 stocks. IWM and QQQ are indices. So I always have those because I like to trade like intraday trading. Then I follow like MRVL, Intel, AMD, or just a handful. The fewer you follow, the more you understand the exact pattern, how the stock behave. That is how you trade. You don't jump through like 100 stocks. I mean, I know some people they are like really successful in doing that. But listen, all I need to do is just like trade with just QQQ, and you've seen the last few days, every day we can make money off QQQ. So really, what is the objective? The objective is to make money, not to care about like how many stocks you look at. So that's why I mean, you guys following me for the past week and yesterday and today, I'm done with like my daily trading within like an hour and a half, and that's what it should be. You definitely don't want to sit and just look at the chart for like what is it like 6.5, 7 hours, because if you do that, you probably lose money that day. What happened is when you continue to look at it, then you started trading when the market is like during the like a lunch hour when the market doesn't move. The objective is what? Try to finish your trading in about like 2 hours. I mean, that's my goal because what I want to do is like I want to finish my trading and then be able to go to the beach or do something else. Otherwise, I mean, what's good about trading? I may as well like stick with my a regular job. I mean, you see, from like 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time to 1 a.m. No, to 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. That 2 hours, that's like the lunch hour. Most of those like institutional traders, they're like at lunch, so you don't see a big move. You see the price just grind. And if you trade option, that is the time when your option, even if the stock price doesn't move, but your option price keep on dropping. I mean, you lose it to decay. So the idea is try to like, I mean, get in and get out, or get most out before those like slow trading period. So I mean, seriously, day trading is risky, but if you've been with me, you look at how the system is. If you follow it, you be systematic, you will make money. I have no doubt. I mean, for me, that's what it is. And I'm not encouraging anybody to trade. This is purely for educational only. But you see how accurate the system is. And the thing is, like, it cannot be like 100% accurate. Because if the system is 100% accurate, I wouldn't be like, I would be like a gazillionaire by now. So, but most of the time, I mean, it gives us at least 60%. The signal are accurate. The idea is if it's wrong, you have to exit. You just don't sit there and get back to the old mode of like just praying that the price would reverse and go your way. You have to be systematic. You have to be extremely disciplined. I mean, here's an example. So this is Intel here. What happens if you think that Intel is gonna drop and you decide to buy like a put option right here? And at this point here, the system say, okay, I'm wrong, exit. And what happens if you don't sell here? You just sit there and pray, okay, yesterday, same thing happened. The price go up, but then it dropped. I ended up making money. But look what, this time it doesn't. I mean, you sit here and you pray, and next thing you know is like your option that you pay like $2, $1.50, $1.20, $1.10, $1, 50 cents, 70 cents, 30 cents, 10 cents. And now you're sitting here, you say, oh shit. I pay $2, now it's worth 10 cents. That's what happened if you are not systematic. But if you are systematic, you say, okay, hey, I'm wrong. The system is wrong. It gave me the wrong signal. Now it tell me to get out. I get out. So $2 option, you sell it at $1.50. So you lose 50 cents per option. That's fine. Just sit and wait. And let's say what happened, let's say at this point here, the system fire go long. You jump in, you go long. Now you make all of your money back and more. That is the lesson. I mean, I learned it the hard way. You don't know how many times when I buy it and it goes against me. And I sit back and I just say, oh, yesterday I sit and wait and the price goes up, I make money. Now I should do the same. But most of the time when that happens, I mean, you get killed. So if you are systematic, you're wrong, accept that you're wrong. So you lose a little bit. Just wait for the next setup. I mean, the beauty about this system is it will give you the next setup. And I'm going to give you an example again with MRVL. It say go long here. It was a trap. So the price bounced up and then dropped. The minute it dropped to here, it say, okay, I'm wrong. Sell. You see this dotted line here? That's the hard stop. So if you buy here, you sell here. You may lose about like 30% of your option. Then just sit back and wait. Now it say, okay, go long here. You buy here. And then you sell at this point here. You double your money. So what happened? You lose 30%. Now you make it back. But let's say if I didn't sell at this point here, I just sit and wait for it. Well, in this case here, it bounced. But what happened if it doesn't bounce? It continue to go like this. Then I lose everything. So that is a lesson that I learned the hard way. Just be very systematic. When you're wrong, just accept you're wrong. And even after you sell it and the price bounces back up, don't feel upset about that. Because that, like an outlier, that it could happen like that. But if you base on that and basically create like a bet trading habit out of that, that's when people blow their accounts. So even if you are not trading, even if you are paper trading, and if you are learning, I mean, reading candle, technical analysis, I mean, I encourage you guys to watch, just watch the system, because the system does everything that a technical guy can do, and way more. I mean, even the way that it like fired the signal here. You can analyze that just like here. You take a technical analysis book, you see the line, this line here is the prior, let me do this here. Right here, this line here representing right here, prior day high. Let me draw this. Okay, right here. This exactly here is around like the prior day high, something like that. Right here, see? Okay, so this is the line. And if you look at like the technical guy, the price bounce up, drop, break down. This is what we call is the trap candle. And then here, it is the signal candle. So what this pattern, what it means is what? This is a bull sweep up the prior day high. That's why the system say, okay, let's go long. And the minute when it see this thing break down, it know that, hey, I mean, what it call is wrong. So exit right away. So you lose a little bit. Here, why did it fire go long at this point? I mean, this is really important. It was looking at the price up, hit VWAP, and the system anticipate that VWAP would reject and it would go like this. But it didn't. So this candle here busted right through VWAP. What it means is what? The VWAP reject setup is invalid now. This become a reversal. That's why it fired this go long at this point. It did not fire the go long at this point because it see the price is trending up, because it see this as the price busted right through VWAP. Normally when you see it hit VWAP like this here, right? It reject. This time it didn't. So this is a reversal. And the thing is here, when you trade, anytime when you see a really good setup, for an example, I don't have a good example here, but just trust what I'm saying. Let's say when you see a pattern like this here, let's say this is a bull flag. So it break out. If the breakout fell, so let's say at this point here, you see a big drop. The minute the price drop below the bottom of the flag here, if it closed below that, you can pile in to short it. Why? This is extremely important because this is the way it works. It's like they trap all this long buyer, all these people seeing the bull flag, and they jump into buy. So you got all this long buyer, and the minute the price break down, all the people that get trapped buying long, they have to exit, because these guys here, when they buy at this, they set the stop loss right about here. So now you got, I mean, this is like massive amount of long. They have to get out. So when they have to get out, they create this huge drop. That's why most of the time when you see a setup fell, for me, that is a gift. When I see it break down like that, that's when I go in and I short the heck out of this thing. Man, you really got me talking today. That's it, man. I'm done talking. See, I mean, look at like MRVL. Go along here, ran all the way up. And yet the system's still saying, hey, buy more. And yeah, I mean, look, the price bound because it's see all this like support here. MRVL is still looking very strong, huh? MRVL is still running. I think I'm going to sell one option. My options are more than double right now. I bought at this point. So I'm just going to sell one right now and leave one until the end of this week. Just going to play with dealers' money. But IWM, I mean, triple top already. So that's going to be tough. But MRVL turned out to be a pretty good trade. Yeah, the system fired like really beautiful signal here. Look at all this buying support here. Again, I mean, this is what I mean by like when you see this here and you buy, you're not worrying when the price retrace because you know that when it retraces, it will consolidate and it will bounce because of there's inflow of money. Look at how crazy MRVL is. Again, I mean, I just want to show you guys. I mean, the system fired this like add more signal here, even after it ran up a lot from the original go along. It just kind of tells us that, hey, sometime when we see like the price run up from here to here, it's like 6 points, we think that, hey, that's too much already, and we sell. But the system read in a lot more information, and it's still see that there's a potential for MRVL to run more. That's why it's say go ahead and add more here, and you see the price continue to trend up. So that's why, again, what I'm saying is like the system is pretty good though. I mean, we don't know what's going to happen with the market, but if the market just stabilize, MRVL has a chance to move higher. It's up more than 5% right now.